Okay, hey there everybody. Let's see if I can get this to run today. My computer is having some problems. I think I need to replace the hard drive. Not the problem that I had on Monday. Monday I got ambushed by a birthday party, but I am having trouble running games right now. Typically speaking, like I just can't get the games to like properly load, and again, I think it's because my hard drive is breaking or something like that. So we'll see if we can get this to work. Who knows? We have a mission to do. We have to get to Minmus again for a close proximity launch. And hopefully that's going to help us out here with getting enough science. Just going to try and drag my chat up here. So I've been playing a ton of Age of Wonders 4. That's what I've been doing lately. I'm going to just see if there's anything here that I would want to strap onto our current design. And I think that our current design, which should be a disaster imminent, load. I think this is technically fine. If I can get my chat to run, that would be lovely, but looks like that's taking a while. We'll see if I can actually get Age of Wonders to actually play. Like, that's going to be the difficulty when we get to the game switch, but even getting this to like load up, I had some weird issues. So, technically speaking, like, all we have to do is a repeat of our previous launch, kind of. Apparently my laptop is not connected to the internet. That is the problem. Okay, well. But, yeah, so just going to go ahead and turn SAS on. I've got more options now. Ooh. Anti-normal, normal, radial out, radial in. So I don't have like the full proper like autopilot options yet. I think I need another level for that, but might be a good idea for me to like try and level up Valentina Kerman to get a second person who can do this sort of stuff, but I'm gonna try resetting my laptop while that's going. I'll sort of just check this here. Either way, though, yeah, hopefully this is less of a disaster than previous, but I barely even remember the controls. It's been a while. Okay, laptop restart. While it's going, let's just get this launched here. Restart anyway. Jeb's looking pretty relaxed right now. We're only a little bit on fire. So I'm not too sure like what the distance is going to have to be for me to actually be considered in close orbit, but should be okay. Okay. Wait, where are we? What the heck? There we go. Interesting. I hate when this is too sharp. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna get rid of that. Going to go ahead and hopefully this is pointed in the right direction. Just burn a little bit like that. That looks much easier. Okay. That looks good. Can actually do this through here. Hopefully this is a relatively quick one compared to our last time. I should be, like, hopefully less confused by the sort of areas that I'm trying to get to, but who knows. I'm not particularly good at piloting in this game to begin with, so could run into some issues here. Alright. Doing this at 27 seconds. Trying to remember, actually, is our target this one, or is it... this should be okay, actually, I think. Coming up into alignment. We'll find out. Might actually be that I've forgotten what our icons are, but this looks like it's working. This also looks like we're locked on target correctly, so... Coming into alignment with the apoapsis. So I have to adjust here. I've got to change that a bit. Okay, looks like we're on course enough. Can delete that. And now we're in orbit. So now I have to match with Minmus on this thing here. What is this at here? Descending and ascending are actually only off by 1%. That's actually not that bad, all things considered. Okay, so I am traveling this direction. Oops, that's going further away. Minus 0.1 is actually pretty close. Minus 0.0. Okay. So, get ourselves into alignment. And get ready to knock ourselves off in orbit, I guess. I might want to restrict my fuel use. Looks like I can get my laptop loaded back up here. Let's do that. I'm not actually sure how much I need to do this if I'm like only 1% off, because I do need to save fuel, but it should be okay. Alright. So it's going to be 19 minutes to get there, so that's lots of time for me to putz with my laptop here. I could actually probably hit these buttons here. We'd be hitting the anti-normal button, which is kind of a funny name for a button. We'd be doing a 0.7 second burn. That's a tiny, tiny burn. Yeah, it looks like my internet's connected on my laptop here. I'm going to go ahead and turn this down here. gonna turn this all the way down to like 20%. I wonder if I can shut down engine and then use that to stage it again. Like, does it count as staging if I like reactivate it? That would actually be really good to know. Okay, let's change it to a 3-second burn that's a little bit more manageable. Once I get my laptop going, I'm going to warp to target. We'll adjust, and then we'll find our way to Minmus again. So that's where it is currently. No, we're heading towards the... Okay, so it's heading this way. Okay, interesting. Okay, so I got that backwards again. I can never remember. Alright. So by the time I'm out to, like, wherever, how far does this thing actually travel? Its velocity is only 274, it's pretty slow. Let's just tap that for a second. Okay, there we go. So now we got that going, let's go ahead and do a warp to maneuver. You have to burn pretty much on the time, basically, like 1 second out. But it shouldn't actually matter too much. The only problems I'm going to run into are I don't have a ton of liquid fuel here, so kind of worried about that. Should still have enough to get to where we're going, though. We got very fuel-efficient engines for our last thruster, and at where we are, this shouldn't be a huge issue. I think we're at close enough here. 0.1. That is close enough, honestly. Alright, so now we have to figure out... So we're heading this way. Okay, so we want to be... Wait a minute, that's the wrong direction. Okay. So target position at closest approach, so I want to go actually just a tiny bit further out. So that's where we would be at closest, so we actually want to be further out this way. Maybe something more like that. Wait, what? Okay, our apoapsis and everything. I think we go a bit further. I can't actually tell if this is on this lap, though. That's forever the problem with these. I think this is on a separate loop. I don't think this is on this loop. Let's try something here. Since it's traveling so slowly, what if we were to aim sort of like at it? Okay, so on our closest approach, we would actually be... Yeah, so it is sort of around there. That gets us periapsis of really quite close. But I can't tell if that's on this particular loop or if it's the second one. I think it's the second one again. This is the part that I hate calculating out. Okay. Okay, so we'd be running in just behind it there. I think we go for something like this. Okay, we'll still be behind it there. If I have to do this on second loop, that's actually fine. I just know that that's a thing that can happen now, so I think we're just going to accept that that might be a possibility. Okay. The window for the escape here is like really, really short. Our periapsis is also like quite far. I think that gets us slightly lower periapsis. That gets us a much lower periapsis. We'll still be behind it. Encounters there, escapes. We got 2 listed encounters, so I think we're going to encounter it on multiple loops. Hard to say. And the escape is there, so we've got some time. Okay, so I think that this burn's going to be okay. It's a 1 and 9 second burn, which is not ideal, but it's in 9 minutes. I've been spending a lot of time putzing around with this. Okay. Hate it when you've got multiple markers all overlapping, blocking your ability to see where they are. Okay. I guess we use warp 2. Ah. Okay, so we do this at 35 seconds-ish. And hopefully that'll be fine. The music just cut off and I was like, did my game crash or something? Just immediately shuts off. I'm like, that's odd. I guess it's playing the next song, but let's see here. I think the angle for like Minmus is super short unless I'm going to be doing like a lot of laps or something like that. I could actually do like the math here. That would probably be the smart thing, but given the choice between like the smart thing that lets me save time or the lazy thing that makes things take longer, you know. It's one of those sort of things. I can measure twice, cut once, but why do that when I can not measure at all and cut like 1,000,000 times? Getting out a calculator, good lord. What kind of person has a calculator in their pocket every day of their life in this day and age? It's gonna be a point where this like suddenly just zooms out like way faster. You can see that we were slightly drifted off target there. You could just lock prograde, I guess, but uh-oh. This is going to require some adjusting. Okay. So, we are, I believe, on the blue line. Yes. The blue line takes us... Oh god, I can't tell which is which. It's doing the thing again. Just go prograde here. Okay, well, I'm going to go ahead and speed up 1,000 times for a bit. See how things look. Is it... like, are we on course to meet Minmus on this run, or is this a second run sort of situation? Our curve in periapsis is 1,000 meters, so gonna have to make some adjustments if this is a second run sort of situation. Okay, so we're going to be running ahead of Minmus a little bit. So if we slow down... could change our encounter, actually. That was a bit much. Just flip around and do the opposite of what we just did there. Oh wait, I think I see what I need to be doing differently here. I'm just burning in a way that's probably not actually that helpful, but... okay, our encounter is going to be there. Gonna hit radial out again. These course corrections are probably costing me fuel that I can't afford to like be using for this, but... doesn't show me where the moon is there. Okay, Minmus, I mean... actually, I probably need to be doing this now. You know what? I'm just going to stop putzing with this. I'm just going to fast forward to here. Just going to actually see where we are relative to the Mun, or Minmus. I'm just sort of messing around at this point. Okay, so... that looks like that's working. Okay, that looks good. That's in 59 minutes. And is an 18-second burn time. We should be fine with that. This is all very confusing looking, but let's not worry about that too much at this second here. I wonder if 26,000 is too low. It shouldn't be, because there's no, like, atmosphere, I don't think, on Minmus. Hopefully there's no mountains that stick up that high. That'd be awkward. Okay. Waiting for a burn at 9. Hopefully these average out. I'm not actually sure about burning on like these things instead of on the blue. Alright. Hopefully we'll be able to course correct a little bit if we need to. Just don't want to smash into Minmus. That would be a little bit awkward. A little bit too close encounters here. Just watch as the lines go crazy and you sort of like worry that you've done something horribly wrong. Okay, our periapsis is now at 18,780. So that's fantastic. If that doesn't count as low orbit, I don't know what does. I'm actually going to inch ourselves just a tiny bit further away there. Yeah, that seems safer. Alright, so now we're just going to skip to periapsis. Let's figure out what kind of burn we want to do here. I can't imagine that's not enough. Like, that feels like that's probably enough, but... Alright, let's do it. It's a burn time of 3 seconds. I'm actually going to go ahead and limit my engine here so I can get down to, or up to about a, let's go with about a 6-second burn here. Yeah, it seems about right. Just to make it so that we've got a bit of leeway there. Alright, we can go to the maneuver. Burning retrograde at that point there, so it's 2 days from now. I guess we're moving really quite slowly right now here. Okay, we're burning at +3 for 3 seconds, then 3 more seconds. I can see already that we're slightly going to have to course correct compared to... you know what, actually, let's just hit retrograde and we'll see what happens. Because I think it'll come more into alignment as we get closer. It's just we're so close to the surface that it's like, yeah. We got enough liquid fuel to get back home? That's the question. I think we do. That's honestly good enough. Okay. So, let's check our equipment. Let's do our reports here. This looks fantastic from here. Alright, let's do a crew report. Yep, getting the full amount. Perfect. $100 science from that. Fantastic. Close the door. Goo canister. Keep that. Guess we have, I forget if we do keep that open or not. Okay. It's hard to see this stuff while you're doing this. Okay, you ready to do an EVA? Do an EVA report. Let's not do a ground-controlled Major Tom kind of situation there. Alright. So, that's all done. Now we just have to find our way home. So, yeah. Let's see here. Technically, I think we burn at periapsis or something like that. Let's just find out here. Okay, no. I don't think we do that. Guess we burn... Which way are we headed? We're headed this way, right? Oh no, this actually does look... I think I just went way too hard and way too fast on that. Good God. Can't remember how to like figure out the direction you're going to go when you do this. I think the first one was actually the right spot. It was just like, it's so sensitive or something. I'm just gonna hit so that we go on the next loop around. I don't want to even try to get going on this loop. Maybe it's because we're a little bit too wide and we're on some sort of... Yeah, because we are technically shooting off not quite towards our target, so that's probably what's happening here. Get this in more alignment. I think we missed it. This is looking more correct, but... Okay, that is some weird stuff going on here. So I think what's happening is we're sort of like disconnecting from like the orbit of this place, and then we're not heading towards where we want to go here. Sort of shooting off into like some sort of other orbit here. Finding the shot where it's like I'm going to be shooting towards Kerbal is the awkward part here. I think we're missing there. Yeah, it's definitely firing off in the wrong direction. Yeah, this is it's a little tricky here. What if I did this? Okay, this is looking more interesting here. Man, between those two spots, something wild just happens. Okay, this is clearly a directional problem. Oh, I think I know what I can do. I can burn out here and then burn retrograde to get back towards there once I'm out of the gravity of this place. So this should actually be fine then. Oh, we're at the node almost. Wait, really? Man. Okay. Turn our SAS on. We're going to hit prograde here. So we should escape and then fall into this orbital. And then we should be able to shrink that and then end up where we want to go. So hopefully that's the case. We've got plenty of liquid fuel, I think. Might even have enough for like a risky landing. I still have to do those moon missions, testing the spark thing. Okay, so we go for basically a full burn at like 4 seconds. That's kind of probably good enough, honestly. Ah! Right. Well, we've fallen out of the orbit, and that's kind of the important thing here. We shot ourselves away from Minmus. So let's just fast forward a little bit and see where we end up. A window opened up and knocked me out of my controls so I couldn't undo the thing. It's just actually in... Let's just say goodbye to Minmus. Goodbye, Minmus. It's nice knowing you. So long. Sayonara. Goodbye. So long, sucker. Okay. So, hypothetically, we should be moving into somewhere where we're falling into some kind of orbit. What that orbit is, I'm not actually sure. But... let's hit retrograde here. But we are just going to wait till we're outside of the orbit of Minmus, basically. Which doesn't happen until we get to here. That's a day away still. And I'm not entirely sure, like, what's up with this line or whatever. Like, what are we actually going to... Oh, because the orbit itself is moving, because we're drifting sideways while this is happening, so this line is going to meet up with us there. Okay. So that actually should be fine then. I'm just going to eyeball burning retrograde at this point, honestly. Just gotta wait till we finish escaping here. Okay, so now we should be running retrograde for this orbit instead of the other orbit. So I'm just going to eyeball this. Just going to let this slowly burn us down to the correct amount here. Which we want that to be like so that we're just barely under the 70,000 mark. This is actually consuming way more fuel than I thought it was going to, but we're still probably okay. We're actually quite efficient because, like, we're still pretty much near the apoapsis, and we kind of were beforehand anyway, so... This isn't exactly an inefficient burn, it's just it's a much bigger burn than I thought it was going to be. And burning up here is going to be more efficient no matter sort of what it is, so... The only way I could have done this smarter is if I'd used the moon, but... Getting that would have been tricky without smashing into it or anything like that. Going to be down to about half our fuel, which I think should be fine. Direction of travel in space during these sort of moments is always so counterintuitive. Not sure about what that what the color change was, honestly, but I guess that means that we constitute as being in orbit around Kerbal. Not too sure. Our periapsis is increasing. Burning retrograde, right? Have we run ourselves back into Minmus? Uh-oh. That's what's happened. Okay. I'm going to let ourselves wait at our current sort of thing here before we start burning again, because I think that really messed with us. I'm going to let ourselves do a burn more like sort of over here a bit. Actually, I think that's enough separation again. That's a brief moment where we caught ourselves back up in Minmus, though. That's a little bit awkward. Just about below 1 million. I always panic and like hit the wrong button. I accidentally accelerate like huge amounts when I'm supposed to be decelerating. It's awful. It's never I cut the engines when I'm not supposed to either. It's always I accelerate like crazy when I'm not supposed to. Alright. It's going down slowly enough that I'm pretty sure I'll be able to catch this on about the number that I want it to be at. It's probably like 60-ish thousand. Okay. Gonna just go a little bit more. There we go. All right. Perfect. We're gonna go ahead and warp 2, I think, here. Just gonna check our warp here. Want to be pointed retrograde for this, but should be burning once we enter in. And we should be hitting it right about now. Should be seeing some loss of apoapsis here. Yep. Actually should be looking at it this way here. Okay, I think we're heading back out, so I think we're going to let ourselves coast out of here. And then we'll do another pass, I think. I'm gonna let us get out of atmosphere, like without doing anything fancy, because it tends to bug out a little bit, and your direction and everything can go a bit weird. So, don't really want to have that happen. Yeah, we're out of there as well. So, I might even just warp to next periapsis technically, but this is fine. Just about to have some collisions with one of our debris from this launch, I think. Got some landed debris there. I wonder if I can actually just reclaim those bits. This is a very slow warp for some reason. I'm not too sure why. It's like opting to sort of take me here very carefully for some reason. Well, I think this is good. I think we're fine here. Okay, I should have probably I really should have just warped straight to the periapsis again. That's okay though. Okay, and we wait till we're exactly inside the atmosphere, and then we start burning again. I'm going to do it from the other one just to see where the apoapsis is headed to, though. I don't want to overburn. End up smashing into something. Still got plenty of fuel, too. I want to get this down to about 100,000 if I can. We're still going to be dropping it a little bit here. I should still be able to escape. Like, I don't think that we're actually going to drop below 70,000 on the apoapsis, which is where we would be causing an automatic landing regardless. But you never know, I might have done that. Who knows? We might even be slow enough and have enough fuel that we could land if we had to, but I'd kind of rather we weren't doing that. We're staying at an exactly constant speed here, which is interesting. And we are still descending. Generally speaking, I think you should accelerate towards the periapsis. So the fact that we aren't accelerating at all is actually kind of interesting. Because we're not falling towards it at all. We might actually be in a landing here. Yeah, we're actually decelerating towards the periapsis, so we'll see if our angle carries us out of here, but this could be interesting. Oh, game froze here or something like that. Nope. Okay, we were at the periapsis for like, we sort of stalled distance-wise for like 4 seconds or something like that. That's very precise for that brief period there. I think we're pulling out of here. I'm just seeing if we're gonna pull ourselves out of the 70,000 before we just end up automatically pulling back down again. Although if we do, I think we can still land it. Our apoapsis is still falling away pretty fast, but we got a decent amount of leeway still. Admittedly, our altitude is gaining very slowly by comparison, so... guess we can't warp here. Because we're in atmosphere, I suppose. And part of me just wants to force this into a landing, but I think we'd be landing over some pretty unpleasant terrain if I did, so... I feel like Kerbal has a higher percentage of land mass to ocean compared to Earth. This is going to be closer than I think I'd like it to be, but I'm pretty sure we're going to make it over 70,000. Okay. I wish I could fast forward like to get to the next point without something weird happening. Or, you know, the game would actually let me. It actually doesn't let me here, so I just literally am sitting here watching as these numbers change. Altitude acceleration is going up faster than... And this is decelerating. Yeah, we've definitely got enough time. Once I get out of this, I can finally hit the skip button and head to the next check mark. I really wish we had more liquid fuel, though, so I could do a harder landing. I kind of knew I'd be a little bit short on fuel. This is cutting it way closer than I would have liked it. Well, we shrunk this apoapsis down to like the bare minimum practically. We're going to be like... we're about 20,000 over. Okay, so we could have gone even more, but... that's pretty close. Because the rate at which it's shrinking is really slowed down. Lighter atmosphere over here. We are still decelerating, though. I guess that's to be expected because we're heading away from the periapsis, so... Yeah, this is staying steady now, and we're past. Okay. So I'm going to head to here, and we're going to decelerate there. Let's pull the periapsis in and do a landing. And it's basically just we get near the apoapsis and then we burn as hard as we can. We'll deorbit eventually even if we don't have enough fuel for this, so it's not like it really matters what we're doing here. Just as long as I don't accelerate or anything like that. So double check that you're on retrograde. Okay. I think we got like, I don't know, quite a decent amount of burn time I think on that. Okay. Periapsis is gone. I think we're going to be landing mountains. Okay, so let's adjust our parachutes here. I'll change our altitude to 2,000 here. Where's those side chutes? Did I not put side chutes on this one? Okay, 2050, 2050. $2,050. Okay. All the same. Wish there was a way to disable darkness. It's called light, but, you know, having a flashlight on here that illuminated the entire continent so you could see would probably be, you know, blinding for millions of people that live on Kerbal, so... Although, admittedly, I've never seen anywhere that's habited in this planet, so maybe it's fine. Now, unfortunately, we're going to be accelerating for a little bit here, so... That's unfortunate, but I think our speed should be fine and our descent is shallow-ish, so... Probably okay. Actually, how shallow is our descent? It's pretty shallow. I need to remember to, like, after the heat shield's been used, eject the heat shield. Okay, we're in the atmosphere. We'll probably keep accelerating until we're in the denser atmosphere. And we'll see if everything lights on fire or not, especially the goo canisters, which always tend to be the first thing to indicate whether or not I'm going too fast. You would never know that we're actually decelerating from this point. Like, you don't see any sort of reaction. You can see this is heating up a little bit, but... So I guess we are actually hitting the atmosphere pretty hard here. Harder and faster than we thought we were. This looks like a cigarette lighter, this spaceship. There we go. That's the buildup I was looking for. Hopefully this survives. It's always this little stupid dongle-y thing that sticks out a bit. It's also the angle that we're at's not great, I don't think, for that. We stopped accelerating, I think, yet we're decelerating now. So if it hasn't lit on fire yet, then it's probably not going to light on fire. That's usually how that goes. Doesn't look so much like a cigarette. Well, this part still looks like a cigarette lighter, but, you know, the rest of it is a little bit too on fire for a typical cigarette lighter. I don't even know if modern cars still have cigarette lighters, honestly. Maybe cars... I can't remember. I never check them because I don't smoke. I think that most people who do smoke just have lighters. Yeah. No, this is a perfectly safe landing so far. Should be able to jettison the heat shield now, which will just get rid of some weight. It'll still be stuck onto us, but I guess you'd do that after your chutes deploy, but I cannot tell what we're headed towards ground-wise. I wish there was some sort of like better indicator that showed you what sort of terrain you're heading towards. This is just being held in place, by the way, by the fact that there's like lots of air resistance pushing up against it, and we're sort of like pushing against it, so it's stuck to us by air pressure, basically. But these things like weigh a lot, so I think they were like crushing this thing because we were traveling just a little bit faster because of it than we would be otherwise. With the nose chute and the two radial chutes, though, we should be fine without jettisoning that. I don't know. Who knows? See, there we go. Just drop that off. Should hit the ground. I think that was our other thing that hit the ground there that we heard exploding. That just hits the ground and doesn't explode. That's actually a... Oh no, there we go. It does explode. It's just a chunk of metal. You'd think it would just slam into the ground and just be a chunk of metal that slammed into the ground. Alright. I think this is actually flatlands. I thought we were headed towards more mountainy regions. We're kind of surrounded by mountains, though, so... Easy mistake to make. It's also hard to tell when you're in prairies, like, exactly what your elevation is anyway, because you could still be really high above sea level. So hopefully, like, the fact that we've got all these extra chutes is going to reduce our speed down further. Because I think we have to be below 6. And as you get closer to the ground, like, the air becomes denser. These things actually improve their performance as you get closer to the ground. You can see us like dropping below 6 occasionally already, and it's going to become more consistent like pretty soon here. Just as the air pressure keeps rising up here. I wonder if I actually need to do like a 4 chutes sort of situation here, if that's like what's required to actually slow us down consistently enough that I save the science pod. Because I'm thinking I might still lose this, which would really suck, but... I'm going to drop down to 1,000. Oh, actually, I think we're above sea level by a decent... it's hard to tell. I always hate this part of the landing. I think the mountain button is for calibrating if you're like above the higher mountains. Okay, hopefully we RNG this that it's like going at 5.5 or something like that before we hit the ground. Like just as we hit the ground, rather. Because it is more consistently going below 6 now, but it still spikes up to like 6.1. So depending on how lucky or unlucky we are, we could get that sort of brief moment where it's like at the maximum instead of like at the minimum. So I think that's just going to come down to RNG. But like we're going down. 6.1 is just really rare right now. 5.5 is on the table. I think by the time we get to level, we're probably looking at a situation where we're not going to see any 6s anymore. And I think that's the threshold, but I really don't know. I could just try to, like, transmit, but... no guts, no glory. Not a great attitude to have when you're doing this sort of thing, but... Be nice if there were parts of Kerbal that you could fly over and there'd be, like, civilizations, so you're not supposed to, like, nuke a city with your stuff or whatever. That would be kind of funny. Where you have to pay or you lose renown if you do it. We're starting to see like 5-point stuff as the only numbers here. I'm not seeing any 6s anymore. Come on, please, please, please. Yay! Okay. Yeah, we were 683 above. Yeah, so that could have been interesting otherwise. All right, low orbit Minmus. Got it done. So that's a lot of science that we gathered. Pretty happy about that. Didn't gain any experience either. That's kind of weird. I would have thought he'd at least get some experience off that. All right, let's go to R&D. So I wanted to get the command modules. We have got the basic ladders. So I think like the bigger command pods would let us like send more people out there, which I think would be interesting. So I guess we'll pick up this. I went to Minmus again. I did the low orbit Minmus thing. It went a lot smoother this time because I figured out you have to aim much closer to like Minmus, so I didn't have to do the loop-de-loop thing. Let's see here. Do I need advanced flight control really right now? I think we're... Do I need a lander can? Is that a requirement? Do you have to have this to land? I don't think you do. I think you can technically land the landing pod. Let's see. I think we're okay with those things. I might want electronics, or I might want advanced exploration. What can I afford? I think I can afford one of these and then one of these. Twin bore liquid fuel engine, thoroughbred solid fuel boosters. When Jeb asked Kerbodyne, some people like the lander cans. I'm not entirely sure what they're for, honestly. It feels like it's what you would use if you had a detachable thing that like pops off and does whatever, but let's see here. What are actuators for? Grabbing units. Ah, so these are arms. Those would be cool. Precision propulsion. Small canister filled with rocket fuel. Okay. There's a solid fuel booster over here, too. I think if I was getting anything, I would go for the heavier rocketry from this tree rather than the other one. Because getting the thoroughbred might be more useful. But I think what I want to do is take advanced exploration so I can get the mobility enhancer. I guess. That's a little bit nicer. Mobile processing lab. This is what you were saying I needed for like satellites, so I think I'll get that for sure. And then I guess I'll get power. Let's get electric. Twin Boars nuts. I'll keep that one in mind. Wait, what do I have for... Do I have any solar power generation? Or is that like advanced electric or something like that? Photovoltaic panels. That's solar panels there. This is also a solar panel. A very light and cheap one. Thermal control unit. So I would need this stuff to make those research satellites that you were talking about. Yeah, that's the research station thing. I think I need to get the stuff I got from here as well. So I think that's everything I need for that if I wanted to put up some solar panel arrays. So I'm going to take a look here at potentially a lander. I'm just going to delete the whole thing here. We got a saved model version of this, so... Okay, so we can do the Mark III. Can't move it apparently. That's fine, I guess. The Mark 16 extra large. So that's obviously a better fit on this thing, I've noticed. It's like right away you can tell that. So the science thing below this is going to be interesting because I think this is the wrong size. Yeah. Is there a larger version? Combust less. Check out the Sony showcase. No, I don't really buy too many console games these days, and I don't have a PS5, so wouldn't be too much point for me checking that out there. Unless their news is like they've started murdering scalpers, like that's pretty much the only thing that I would find all that interesting, honestly. And I doubt that they've started doing that, or if they did, they probably didn't admit that they did that. So I'm just hazarding a guess that there's nothing that interesting for me. Okay, I'm not too sure. Can I resize this thing? I use a service bay now? Does that do the same thing? Like, can you still get the science that you would get from the... Oh yeah, so it's conduct material study, so it's anything that can conduct material study? I'm just guessing. I have no idea. This requires you to have a scientist in orbit. Interesting. I guess I haven't researched service bays. It lets you put stuff inside it? Oh. Well, that's fair, I guess. Oh, you can put that inside the service bay? I'm wondering if I just haven't unlocked that yet, honestly. Because I don't think any of these are quite the right thing, honestly. They certainly don't look smaller. I could do this, for example. I don't think that's right, though. I have them in another tab. Let's see here. What tabs? What tab do they go into? Payload? Ah, payload. Oh yeah, I see. Ah, okay. Wait, what? What? Why? There we go. Okay. Man. I feel like when you put that inside there as like the only thing that's inside there, it's kind of almost feels redundant, honestly. Alright. Stick all of you little guys in here. Okay. I'm guessing I want to have a substantial amount more parachute right now. Okay, I'm wondering how many of these I need. I'm kind of feeling like I want like 4 of them. But I honestly don't know if that's like too many. It's a lot of drag. Yeah, I put the other sort of sciencey modules in there. I'm gonna see what other like battery type things I might actually need, but I have no idea, honestly. Let's see here. Bloody recommendeds. Okay. Okay, so this is the crew hatch. There's a limited ladder there. Okay, so the ladder won't get in the way if I drop a ladder down that part of it. So I could actually have... What's the difference between these? Okay, where do I have to put this? Why does this turn, like, large if I put it there? What's going on here? Did that fuse with the other thing? I feel like the ladder, there we go. I see what's going on here. Okay, well, that's probably not ideal. I don't think that you want your ladder to do that. On the other hand, that should be fine. Okay, so that tells us how low it can get. Yes, that is the extent, yes. Not sure if that's far down enough, but... Hopefully that is. Launch escape system. That seems like a safety feature that would be a good idea if I actually knew how to use it. Alright, well... I think that this is okay for the start of the design. Let's start working on this section here. Or actually, I need coupling. No, actually I need heat shield. Yeah, the problem is my ladder is not going down far enough. This is too much for, like... You can extend the ladder legs to see. I did extend the ladder legs, right? Or does it extend more? No, I'm pretty sure this is the maximum. Can I have multiple ladders sort of together? which of these had the higher ISP? 320, 350. I kind of feel like this is too much for a lunar lander in some ways, but at the same time... These the right kind of landing gear? I don't think this is the right kind of landing gear, honestly. We're looking for landing struts. Lander legs. Ah, I see. So that looks a lot less ugly, I guess. Also, like, more... Yeah. Okay, so this should be fine. The only problem is, like, I wonder if I can chain ladders together so they can, you know, get back to the ship. Let's try it. Let's not radially symmetrical or ladders. That would be awkward. Okay. Extend that ladder. Okay, so let's just try putting this out in the launch pad. Let's just try putting this out there and see what happens. Like, can we get an EVA and then have them come back in? There's everybody. Looks like he's able to go from the top ladder bit to the next ladder one. Is this going to be a bit too tall, or can he get back up? This is a bit too tall, isn't it? It's just like an inch above your head, my man. Okay, so apparently this is just slightly too tall for that. So I think what we can do here... Did I have that saved? I don't think I had that saved. Maybe it's going to end up unnamed. Oh no, it's here. Okay, good. Okay, so let's get rid of this for now. Or let's just put it there for now. Put this mobility enhancer here. Extend that ladder. It's a shorter ladder. Yeah, that doesn't quite work. I wonder if I can have this a bit lower. Like, I wonder how much space you can have here. It's a lot easier because of the... I'd hate to get there and find out that they're stranded just because, like... Yeah, it'd be awful if they were stranded just because, like, of 1 inch of ladder. Seems like the better way to test this, honestly. Alright. Valentina, you're going on an EVA, I guess. Yeah, it looks like you get a little bit of leeway, so you can actually have a gap between the ladders. Yep, we got it. Okay, this is fine. I'm not actually sure if our landing things are actually landing or if like it's just sitting on the engine block and the lander legs are doing nothing. Although that would add to... Oh. Okay, so apparently we need to have this go up a little tiny bit further. Cool. Okay, great. Let's just do this. Doesn't really matter. You can straight up fly on Minmus. I don't know, I would like to have it so that I can just consistently do the ladder thing so I don't have to try and fly my Kerbals. That sounds all kinds of like, above my abilities. I can't play platformers. I'm absolutely terrible at them. Okay, so I think I have to have that just a little bit higher there. I think I can do that just a tiny bit higher. Let's see if that's enough. This looks way too blocky to be a lunar lander, honestly. Let's be fair here. This is way too blocky. This is just a chunk. Okay, the descent is smooth. Even on Kerbal, I can grab that part. Not thwarted there. Climb out, what? There we go. Okay. So the ladder's here. Fine. I'm okay with this. Gotta change up my pilots a little bit. I wouldn't mind, I don't need an engineer, really. So let's bring Jebediah along here. That way we can get some experience on some more pilots, I think. Okay. So... wait, what's actions? Ah, I see. Okay. Go ahead and retract our ladders. Retract those. How come I can't move this up? That's the weird thing to me. Okay. So we need a stack tricoupler. There we go. All right, and kickbacks. This is gonna be quite a bit of a heavier ship, I'd imagine. I wonder if I need 2 sets of kickbacks. I also need another stack of liquid fuel to get me actually properly in orbit, I just remembered. So let's do... for second stage burn, we're going to do 2 tanks or 3 tanks. I'm thinking 3 tanks. This one needs to be a little bit more power, so we'll go with the skipper probably. Do I need all this? God, I'm probably over designing this. It's probably too heavy. Okay, structure, struct connectors. This is it's a powerful looking rocket. Lunar lander feels like it's overbuilt, but I wonder how much heavier those components really are. I'm not gonna try and like land there today because it's almost 4 o'clock already. But Admittedly, we might not be able to play the other game, so we might just go back to this one. We'll find out. Okay, let's have you holding on to this from below those elements, just in case. Don't want them bumping into any of that. I wonder if I should do another set of strut connectors, because like that always is kind of annoying when your thing fails just because of those. Alright, and alright, that looks fine. My computer has not been cooperating with loading games properly. This one even struggled like loading into Kerbal Space Program. I need to get my hard drive replaced, so it's once it gets running, it runs fine. The problem is actually getting it to open is the problem part. Unable to launch. Oh, we're above the maximum height by about 3 meters. Diameter's fine though. Well, okay. I guess we're doing this with a little bit less fuel. So yeah, if I can get it to run, it'll run fine. If I can't get it to run, it will not run at all. It's no sort of like in between there. Okay, so we're just gonna test to see if we can get this to launch more than anything else. See what our fuel sort of looks like, that kind of stuff. Gang's all here. Hello. Alright, Bob, welcome to your first flight, if I recall correctly. I want to see what the inside of this one looks like. Hello? 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 Still kind of cramped in here, honestly. It's just, there's nowhere to sort of wander over to. I'm wondering what that, like, that ominous looking thing is there. Alright, well, anyway. I can't remember how to get out of this. Oh no. Oh god. Camera. Well, an SSD is a type of hard drive, isn't it? But I do have one hard drive and 2 SSDs. I've actually got quite a lot of storage on this computer. How do I get out of this? 1 C. There we go. Now I remember. But yeah, like one of my drives is like not working properly. All right, let's just give this a launch. See what? My staging is off. Oh god. All right. Didn't even check my staging at all. I usually just assume it's fine. I don't actually usually just assume it's fine. I usually check, but okay. Why is this? Oh, I know why it's like that. It's because I was putzing around with stuff. Okay. Yeah, that should be better. I can already tell this is a much heavier ship. Didn't have SAS on the way up, so we might be tilting a little bit too much here. Oh, look at how terrified Bob is. He's just sitting there. He's got Jebediah and Valentina both absolutely delighted about the fact that they're tilting and about to explode. No correcting at this point in time. Bob is the only one. He's the engineer, so he's done the math. He's like, oh, this isn't a good launch. The others are slowly realizing it's like, are we about to die? I might be able to stop them from actually just exploding here, so let's figure that out here. Yeah, funny enough though, the one that is actually like not great is. Oops, that was the wrong button. Yeah, well, yeah, revert flight regardless. The one that's not running that well is actually an SSD. So you know that's kind of fun. Reset that. That's so awkward. Okay. All right, let's just give this another shot here. See if the SSD helps us at all. Or not SSD, the SAS. But yeah, I think the drive that's failing though is my C drive, which has Steam on it. Because it's not the game itself, and the drive that's failing is not the one that the game is loaded onto. It also doesn't matter which drive I'm pulling a game from, they all have difficulty running. So there's something wrong with like some sort of boot process on Steam games in particular. I might have to do a clean install of Steam, but you know that might fix it. I'm not too sure though. I've noticed none of them are actually like holding any controls or anything. None of the little Kerbals there. Who's actually controlling this thing? Who's at the wheel? I can see them like flapping their hands around like anxiously every once in a while, but why is this flipping? We're too top heavy, aren't we? There's more weight on the top, I'm guessing. So what I probably actually have to do is just add something that adds more weight to this section so that the top doesn't flip around like this. But I'm wondering how we're going to be able to do that once we are sort of on this stage. Because this doesn't look like it's flipping because of anything to do with like anything else. It looks like it's a weight distribution error. So, okay. We'll try and get to a launch configuration that lets us do what we're trying to do here. Okay, so this is the section that is causing us some problems here. Yeah, still want a separator there. What do we do for this, though? Stack tri-coupler over here of some sort wouldn't let me add 3 of the large things, which is what I would kind of need. Wonder what there is to just add weight. Yeah, this is a weird problem, and I'm not 100% sure like what the best way to fix this would be. You know what? Actually, maybe I could do this with just something fairly simple. So we do those. We do the engine. And the coupler. Do the structure again. Fins. Yeah, I was thinking fins. I was thinking if I also did fins with enough mass, that might actually make enough of a difference. So what we want to do is one that's actually fairly heavy. I don't think we want wings, though. What's this? Okay, so I'm thinking probably something like these things. So if this adds enough mass to the end of it, that would also help. But also the stabilization from the fins itself. Okay, so let's give this a shot. And once we get a model that runs, I'm not going to try and land it today. We'll do something else, but oh god, why is this? Why are you like this game? Okay, staging, then that, then that, then that. Okay, good. SAS on, SAS on. Oh god. Fins might also help with this part of the ascent, so we'll see. I'm wondering which of these is actually the really heavy part, because I don't think it's this. Is it like all the weights in the crew hatch? Definitely some tilt here. We can definitely see us shifting quite heavily off course this way. Not sure why. Fins seem to be doing the opposite of helping. And we're leveling out of fuel about the same distance as we were with our previous one. Yeah, the fins really helped. That actually made a big difference in that. We're traveling up nice and straight here. Let's try and straighten out here a bit. Well, good enough, I think. So clearly we actually need a lot more thrust from this section of the boost to get to where we're trying to go. But that might have been partly a result of us being starting off slightly tilted. I think that does mean that we're going to have a harder time having enough fuel to get to the moon. But let's just check this here. We want to get up to about 100,000. 100,000 apoapsis. The added weight is really slowing us down here, dragging us down. I think the fact that we sort of stopped for a little while didn't help us any, but yeah, we're sort of like going to be way off angle for this particular one. And we've used almost like half of our liquid fuel just to get this far. I have plenty of fuel. Maybe? Yeah, we're pretty off kilter here. I'm going to do some minor adjustments in my own time, maybe, or I'll do it next time. I'm just going to try and see if there's a way that we go up straighter during that initial part. I'm not actually sure what it is that's causing us to go off kilter, though. Like, are these ladders really heavy or something like that? How much do these weigh? .005 tons. That's practically nothing, so it's not that. Do I need to have, like, a diverter on the cone to make us go up straighter? Does this have an ejection? No, you can't even put it up there. I wonder if I did those. I don't don't feel like that would be a good idea, actually. Maybe it's because these things aren't in alignment, and it would be better if I just did 3 and then had them sort of lined up. Eyeballing this is going to be rough. I think that's lined up. See if this straightens out our initial flight here. This might also not work because I might have lost the weight at the bottom end of the ship here. Okay, I need to really save this change here. Alright. What the heck? Well, that's interesting. Any idea what this is? Any idea what was causing that one? What the heck? Maybe I need more struts. Oh god, okay. Yeah, no idea what that one was. What the heck? Doesn't even happen the second time around. I have connector struts between these. They shouldn't be able to wiggle like that. I'm pulling like hard on the controls here, actually, to try and get this ascent under control, because it is tilting again. We're not getting that like burn as we ascend here, so we're not traveling quite fast enough on the ascent here. But this is a much straighter one compared to last time. But yeah, we might actually have to do some stuff to get some other modules or something like that. This, I think, is actually straight enough that I don't have to worry too much about being too off course here. Might go a little bit over this way just to correct. Our apoapsis is still pretty low, but this is much better. This is a much better angle. Wait, what? Why'd that flip like that? Oh god. Okay, well, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, like, I think the general design could use a little bit of tweaks, but I think we're actually mostly fine with the particular design that we got here. So, I'm going to try and get Age of Wonders to run. What I might do instead is actually design a couple of the, what I might want to try and do is design a couple science satellites, or like 1 or 2 of them, so I can get that trickle of science or whatever. That way I can get the science and development set up for the heavier rockets, so that maybe I could get off the ground with enough speed with the Thoroughbred. Because I think currently the ones that we've got here are not quite enough thrust to get us off the ground effectively. So we'll have to see how that sort of goes there. Let's actually check here. What's the kickback actually doing here in terms of max thrust? It's 593 with 2,600 fuel. This is way, way, way more fuel, but I think this is equivalent to 3 in terms of size. When Jeb asked Caroline how to lift his house into space, it's probably... that is a very Jeb thing to want to do, yes. Alright, yeah, so... it might be easier for me to do a launch with these heavier components if I've got a heavier thing, but I think I've got what I need to make it. with what we've already got here. So we'll have to see how it sort of goes. I also want to just double check something, because it said that I've got to do something with a max rover. How many days have I got for these missions here? Oh no, it's a landing gear. Okay. Rove Max Model S2. Okay, there we go. Where's the Rove Max Model S2? Is that a landing thing? That's this thing. So I just have to slap this onto the side of a rocket ship, fly into the ocean, and then just land in the water and test it. I wonder if I could actually just build a car and drive it into the ocean. It says this is motorized. So can I just build a rover and drive it into the ocean? That might be kind of funny. Let's get out of here and check that out, actually. We'll go off the runway for this one, I think. So we'll go with the Mark 1 cockpit. We'll go with fuel. What kind of fuel do you actually need for those things? Maybe it's just structural. Maybe it's an electric. Are these electric powered? Yeah, it requires electricity, so we can make an electric car. The heck? I think these are deployable. Wait, what? How does... What the heck? Okay, this is clearly not designed for airplanes. This is clearly a lander design. How do I rotate these so that they're facing downwards? There we go. Okay, perfect. Great, great. All right, now we just strap some batteries onto the back of this thing here. Got this mysteriously hovering through the back of there. That's perfect. I love it. And let's make this a solar-powered car. So there we go. Okay. Yeah, I managed to find the button for it. Is what we did in the end. This is not going to work because my runway is going to be too... Oh. Just slats over it onto its nose. Okay, clearly we need another set of Rove Maxes. That'll fix all our problems. All right. I wonder if this voids the warranty for all the stuff that we've got here. All right, so this is gonna be more like a centipede, I guess. Or actually, do we even need all this stuff? What if we didn't have that? What if we just did? Okay, fine. I'll do it like this. There we go. Oops. Ah. Uh-oh. This is worse than that car that Homer Simpson made. By a long shot, too. It's pretty great. Okay, I'll delete that. Alright. Gotta add some weight to the front of this to make sure it doesn't just... It's not too back heavy. Alright. This thing is like the worst design thing I think I've ever seen in my entire life. Let's see if it does it. Alright. Alright. Where's the ocean? Where's the water? We're going for a bit of a drive. Okay. Where the hell are we? Here we are. Okay, so we are facing kind of away from the water a little bit. There we go. We just actually head down this runway if we want to. Alright, we are slow. We are slow. This thing is not pulling any G's here. Maneuverability is not amazing either, but you know what? That's fine. Oh god. We did a sick flip there. We did an awesome spin. Alright. I think we're cruising along at like walking speeds basically. Likely to tilt over at any given time. But you know what? This is the vehicle of the future. This is the electronic car that everyone really wanted. It's got solar panels. It's capable of driving infinitely so long as it's got, you know, sun. This thing is great. Yeah, great. The handling on this is so bad. It's actually impressive how bad the handling on this is. It just wants to spin. Like, the ability to turn is great. It's just, it wants to turn when you don't want it to. It's like a shopping cart more than a real vehicle here. Let's check our fuel here. We've actually got monopropellant in here for some reason. I'm not too sure why that is. Okay. Oh god, come on. This is basically like it controls like a shopping cart. If you've ever had like one of those shopping carts where one of the wheels just sort of spins instead of like working properly, that's what this is. Okay, you know what? It would take me a long time to actually make it there. I'm gonna deal with this later on my own time because holy crap, this thing is great, but also great but terrible. Let's just get out of here. Huh? What the? How come I can't recover vehicle? What's going on here? Okay, I guess we try revert flight, I guess. That's odd. Alright, well, this experiment, massive success. I think what we've learned from this is I probably actually need more tires. I think that would also probably make it so that these are not quite facing sideways like they are. They're turned inwards ever so slightly in a way that I think is detrimental to performance characteristics. It's just, you know, slightly inward facing. All right, let's get out of here. All right. Yeah, so the water, like, you can sort of just... I guess the best way would be for me to upgrade the runway. Drive straight down the runway and then just go into the water. Could really get some speed, potentially on a good runway, I guess. I don't know, maybe, I don't know. Probably not. Alright, let's get out of here. Okay, I'm going to try and get my other game to open here, and we're going to see how badly this goes. Sometimes it opens just fine. Sometimes it does not. I should probably actually close Kerbal down completely before I do this. So it's just going to be like a plain black screen for just a couple of minutes here. Yeah. Once we get to the load screen as well, we have another hiccup. Like it's weird. Once I'm in the game and I'm playing the game, it runs fine. But it does some really janky stuff getting in there. And it's not just this game, it's most of my games. Here I'm basically just sitting here crossing my fingers hoping this thing loads. Yeah, I'm thinking I might not be able to play this. I might just have to go straight back to Kerbal for today. Yeah, we're getting a stall on the load screen. And not responding, yeah. Okay, hold on a second. I'm probably going to have to go bring my computer in, get it fixed. Because I do think it is my computer. I don't think it's like the game. So end task. End task. I'm going to try one more time. Sometimes it helps if I restart Steam. That's how I got Kerbal to work. So I basically just restarted Steam. One of the other things I could potentially do, I guess, is load it onto my desktop so that's not attached to the Steam launcher. That might work. Yeah, it's stuck on loading again. Honestly, I can get to the load sometimes. Oh no, okay. This time it kicked itself back into it. It's probably not helping that I'm also streaming at the same time. That's probably also making it a little bit harder, but I don't have OBS set to this deliberately. I'm going to wait till it's more stable and then I'm going to switch OBS onto it and see if that does anything, but man, it's not even necessarily like that intensive a game as far as like computer resources go. Like my computer can actually run this game pretty much fine in terms of like the graphics card and stuff like that. But yeah, very annoying that I have to get my computer fixed. It's not necessarily that new a computer though, so it's like not super old, but you know, the game is in the state of it really wants to load. Yeah, there we go. It's gone. It's gone a couple steps there. Alright, we're going to try and get this to a new game and see if I can do that without it crashing on me. And then once I'm in there, it should be stable enough that I can just load it onto UBS or OBS, and it should be okay. If you can hear the music, I think OBS might be capturing the sound from my computer desktop here. You can actually hear it sort of like doing this sort of repeat sound thing, so it's actually struggling at this point. Like I said, it struggles even into this part until the game sort of like, until it's actually in the game, like not the load screens and stuff like that, where it's actually struggling here too. I was playing Pathfinder as well. Like it's also like that for that game. It has trouble loading in. If it does load in, it has a real hard time getting through the options menu. Once I'm in the game itself, it's fine. So whatever the hell is doing that is like really weird. This computer is like 4 years old, 3.5 years oldish. And it's a desktop computer too. It's not like it's a laptop or anything like that. And it was a pretty high-end one. Not like super high-end, but relatively decent. It's clearly trying its best to like load this game in. I can tell already. Yeah, no, I'm telling you, like it's the loading screens. Once I'm past them, it's like fine, but there's something wrong with my. It's also Steam specific. Like if I'm trying to launch a game that's not Steam, it's a lot smoother. And even like really low tech games like Kerbal, which are pretty easy to run, like it's not running those very easily. But if it works relatively fine because that's not on my Steam launcher. There's something wrong with the way that it's loading those games off of there. And I'm really not sure what exactly is going on as far as that goes, but that's what I was thinking. Maybe I could actually load the game directly onto the drive instead of having it through Steam. Oh, I just have a thing that says lost connection to server, so... Yeah, I think there's something going on with my game where it's like trying to reference like the Steam stuff as well as like everything else. Okay, we've gotten in here. Let's see if we can manage to get this to work properly. I'm actually going to do a slightly larger game. I'll do 4. We're going to set it to brutal difficulty. Once we get to the next section, we should be safe. Okay, I'm going to put this onto OBS because it should be running fine now. I have no idea why it's like this. No, I'm not going to be able to get like OBS to load this or something like that. So, all right, there we go. I've actually got, I think, one of my hard drives is a hybrid drive. It's got like half SSD and half hard. And it's like a 1 terabyte drive. And I've got another SSD that's for storage. That's a 1 terabyte drive. So yeah, I honestly like need to just upgrade this one drive. The C drive is the default drive that the computer came with, and it's a 200 gigabyte SSD, and it's the weakest of the three drives I have. So, yeah, like, honestly, I could probably swap the F drive over to C drive functionality, like load everything on from one onto the other, but I might as well just get another SSD. Anyway, yeah, so I wanted to do some more testing with this one. I actually completed a bunch of games because I've been playing a lot of this. The way that you sort of beat the meta for this is a little bit unfortunate in some ways, but the sense of like the meta is you have to have just sort of 3 stacks of 6 units, and you just sort of need to have it be strong enough to bash through the enemy, and if you can do that, then you're sort of fine. I'm I'm trying to think of like what I want to test right now, and actually that's not really something that you decide from this screen, because this screen's actually nothing. Yeah, I'm not too sure what my motherboard should be able to support for that particular drive slot, so I'll have to find out when I go to the place. Because, like, I could just swap the drives around, but that seems like more work for not much gain. Plus, I actually need the 200 gigabytes of space. I don't actually have that much space right now. I kind of want to test out the Industrious faction. They're actually really weird. They have very little magic damage and they have no heavy-hitting strikers, but their units are quite durable. The question is, like, what do you actually do to cause damage? Because, like, none of your units are actually really good at dealing damage. And to compound that, like, there's actually... like, toughness in this game, you're not so much tougher than everyone else that you're going to be, like, invincible or anything like that. So I think that this is going to be an interesting one for me to sort of figure out. They've got some real advantages, though, with their other stuff. You've got their Governor trait giving you extra production, which is, like, sort of most powerful of those sort of effects. Bolstering and Scout Prospecting are, like, really, really strong. So that's going to have to be something that we have to keep in mind. Yeah, you've got 3 2-terabyte ones? Wow, that is... I don't know if I need 3 terabyte drives, honestly. Alright, so if we're playing as the durable guys, I kind of feel like we don't necessarily need to double down on our defensive capabilities necessarily. Although if we did, that would of course be kind of interesting and potentially really strong. Hit points could potentially be good for this sort of faction. We don't actually get much benefit from mounts, I don't think. Since your mount unit would be just the really tough unit. Making it faster might be okay, though. We could just do strong. Make it so that we sort of make up for that low damage otherwise. Or we could go quick reflexes. Games are 100 plus gigabytes? Yes, that is true. But, you know, three 1 gigabyte drives is actually quite a bit. I think what we're going to try here is quick reflexes, make it so that our units take less range damage. Because they're much harder to hit, 30% harder to hit by ranged attacks. Which might sound weird, but we want to make it so that enemies are forced to push forward in towards us. And then we're going to take the overwhelm tactics, I think. So I'm going to go with tough toads that are going to sort of like slip around your arrows and then sort of beat your head in with their mass numbers of toads. This is kind of a weird build. I don't really know here. So things that boost our shield and polearm units is really good for this faction because that's half our roster. Like, that's literally half our roster. I think that we could go with something like... Could potentially do something like Perfectionist Artisans. That would get us our tier 3 bolstered unit. They would have more experience points. I don't know that that's a great exchange, though. Yeah, so I'm just gonna look through here and figure out which of these we would want to get double bonuses on those. Runesmiths, I think, is actually probably going to be what we need here. Actually, you know what we might want to do is use these guys as like our heavy defense line, and then rely on mana channelers to make up the difference in our weaknesses here. So this might be good, and then we take something like, say... I'm not feeling that. I'm not feeling that. Could do great builders. I'm just trying to see which ones I really feel like would be beneficial for these guys. Because it is about trying to be hard-hitting. I think if we're going this route, what we have to do is take Ancient Wise Ones, go double mana.
Choose your first tone of magic.
And the reason that we sort of want to go for that is we want to be able to get those heavy-hitting summon units. This will get us access to those a little bit faster. We don't get those tier 1. And I don't think that we have anything that I really like as a summon at tier 1. So that's not going to be our focus. Unless I can think of something that would actually be really good here. I'm thinking, like, taking Army Heal, Staves of Mending, Faithful Whispers. Like, this whole thing would actually be quite good for us. The Spirit Blast is not so much important here, but... yeah, I think this provides us with some good bonuses that I like for what we're doing here.
What is your ruler's origin?
Like I said, we want hard hitting. We want to be summoning magic units, so we're going to go with Wizard King here.
Reveal yourself.
So our Wizard King is this evil frog here that's taken over these industrialists because they build armor and can't really defend themselves against him. So he and his like magic summoned goons are going to be ruling over them with an iron fist, or they're going to have the iron fist and he's going to use magic to force them to do things with them. Let's make his color scheme match things a little bit better. I think blue-orange is a good combo. He's got blue skin, so that works.
Your journey.
That's apparently a lady. Okay, that's a her. Well, it's hard to tell with frogs. It's really weird that, like, once I'm in the game, it runs super smoothly. There's no problems. I can do whatever. But the instant I'm, like, trying to load into a game for the first time or whatever, like, it's just impossible. Okay, so we've got our Industrious people here. Got Mana Channelers, and we got Ancient Wise Ones. We're going to be able to get potentially really, really strong, really tough summoned units, and that's going to be what we sort of focus on. Got Bolstering Chant as a starting spell. We've got Wrath of the Faithful, which is really nice, and we've got Staves of Mending. So, Staves of Mending is actually going to be quite good for us. Alright. So what do we have access to at the start here? We got the Anvil Guard, which are melee unit. They've got access to a Taunt. Their melee strike ability is actually subpar for a tier 1 sword unit. They've got Bolster, so they get more tough the more you hit them. They start off with 5 armor, 0 resistance, which is really interesting to note. The Arbalists, they deal technically less damage than a real archer, equal if you consider this one to be equal, which I don't, and they actually have 0 armor, 0 resistance, which is super weird. Yeah, it's probably chugging because, like, yeah, that is probably trying to access the system storage, because, like, I think, again, it is my hard drive failing. Because I am getting warnings that are like, your hard drive needs to be replaced. And I'm like, yeah, I probably should do that, but... I could do more Pioneers so I can go prospecting more, but... not actually 100% sure how that mechanic is going to work in practice here. Okay, Cartographer, that's not really that useful. Let's go ahead and pick it up anyway. Okay, so that would be useful. Let's just go say hello to them. Let's get this army stack here. We got a single skeleton, which is pretty bad. We got this sword unit here, the Anvil Guard, and then we got our Arbalest. This is a really weak starting stack. It's kind of a ridiculously weak starting set. I'm not even sure if I would really want to fight 4 Spirit Hawks with this. This is pretty bad. Alright. The thing is, like, we should actually be fixing that pretty quickly, so it's not like it's a huge deal. This could be good in a little bit. I don't need that right now, though. Let's definitely take Army Heal. I think that's the most useful of those. So we do nothing here for the first turn. We're going to do a thing that people use to accelerate sort of further on. So use attract population. Probably want to start off with a farm up here. Gets us access to the boosted workshop and vendor. And then we can go ahead and start working on some anvil guards, which I'm not 100% convinced by the effectiveness of these guys. Their taunt ability is really good, their armor is really, really good. But I'm seeing some problems with these guys in terms of their stats, honestly. Yeah, we gotta keep that guy alive. I think at cap level they can get a little bit stronger, but the way these guys seem to work, like, it's just, you use taunt, I guess. Try and make it so that we're not facing off against too many things in too many directions here. So thanks to these defensive tactics, our units are going to be gaining a whole bunch of extra armor. Got 3 armor on these guys now, and now that they're in defensive stance, it's like 5 armor, so that defensive stance ability, being in defensive stance, makes a big difference, honestly. Yeah, this thing is exactly the same range as our standard shot. I could move in and then fire, but I don't have any faithful units right now. I'm going to actually see what the AI does if I just defense mode here. Because we actually get a lot more benefit if we, like, lure them in like this. Yeah, getting a couple bashes with that, that's all well and good. So this is the unit that you actually use to, like, drop enemy retaliations, which is really interesting. It's also decent damage, but only in certain circumstances. Let's go ahead and hit you guys with taunts. That puts us into defensive stance right away. Shield breakers, ironically, like, things with charge are what sort of screw us over. Okay, these guys are going to be able to fly basically wherever they want-ish. Just want to give them a slightly hard time if they're heading over there. So these guys are forced to attack my unit that's, like, defending, instead of going and flying off somewhere else. They still get 3 attacks, though, so I'm still taking a lot of hits. I'm still getting 2 retaliations, though, so... They might actually just lay every single attack into those guys. No, they're sending one after the archer. The arbalists are a little bit different than other archers, though, so... Okay, if I could get these guys around here, that would be pretty good. I can actually just walk back here and still deal full damage on our shot, so that's what we're going to be doing. Yeah, that lets us get in here. That was weird. Okay. Well, either way, let's go ahead and use Bolstering Chant on these guys. So that gets us some bolstered defense as well. I could actually just put these guys in defensive stance again, honestly. All this bolstered defense should be dropping their damage down to, like, 3 pretty soon here. Actually, no, I think some of it's magic. Enough of its magic, they're probably still... Oh no, down to 3. Nice. Oh no, that's because casualties. Alright, well, whatever, it's fine. Alright, we do the big shot here. Okay. I definitely need to get those support units unlocked, because those have a heal that I think is going to be kind of vital for our long-lasting functionality here. I think I see another cartographer behind Silver Dam. Nope. Alright, we'll give them our Whispering Stone. We'll get that going. But most important, I want to get around to that thing. Free loot. It's just always a good idea to try and get. Okay. What do we got here? We got a couple support units. Deuce is really dangerous. These guys are actually probably a little bit dangerous for me to run into right now, but... Especially as we're not full health right now. I'm going to wait one turn, I think, on that. Just go back here, actually. Do it like this. You can see that, like, Death Grim Reaper over there. It's going to be a real nightmare to get rid of that. Okay, that's interesting. Like, this stack is going to be just kind of... Oh, that's just a Banshee. Okay, that's not as bad as I thought it was. Okay. Yeah, I kind of just want to wait until that unit's done. I'm going to check out over here, I guess. There's a bandit camp up there. Okay, fine. We've learned a thing. We've learned something useful. Okay, a vampire spider hatchling is pretty good. Army heal is going to be really good. Steel Fury Chant is something I'm taking because I think that it's a great way for us to swap what we're doing in a way that's really, really powerful. I do need, actually, conduits. So we're going to get one of those fairly early. We might as well get this ready just so that it's good to go once we actually get our supports, because we do want supports. And the Staves of Mending is going to add an extra like healing option to them. Which I think is going to be something we want. Okay, we picked up some... Yep, mana. Okay, good. Taking control of that. Next turn we'll have the spider join up with them, but for now this is fine. The vendor. We'll have an arbalest in each stack. Being able to shatter defense is, I think, really important. Cheaper outpost might be good here. I've tried out like a bunch of the different factions. This is one of the ones that I haven't really tried. This one in Mystic. I don't really need a Scald. I'm just going to say this here. Alright, we'll just lose a little bit of that stuff. That's fine. Okay. I guess we're going to be one more turn on this. I could do it like this. Oh, there's an extra guy in there all of a sudden. What the heck? He was stealthed, I think. Okay. Well, technically speaking, we're not going to get any better than this, so... kind of want to take a look at what auto combat's going to get for us. I'm guessing nothing good. Yeah, we get annihilated. I think one of our problems right now is that we just have lots of defensive power. It's not going to help a ton against these guys. We have got that 30% bonus against arrows, though. So we're harder to kill with those sort of things. I think these guys are summoners, though. I think that's part of what's going on here. Also, these guys are doing elemental damage, I can sort of already tell. Okay, so I want you guys sort of back here. Use the terrain to our advantage. We know that they've got like a big ranged advantage against us. But keep our shield wall formation, keep our overwhelm tactics. Yeah, the fact I can't fire that shot is kind of not great. These guys, we just want to melee strike, because they're going to move away regardless. And taunt really isn't going to do much. Actually, no, taunt would have potentially locked them in place here. I think we save our cast for healing. Just gonna move up here first. Yeah, the displacement's slightly annoying. Ooh, okay, that actually leads some... that actually is annoying, but is also in our favor. Or at least I think this is in our favor. That's very, very good damage on that unit. How come I didn't get a retaliation attack? Well, that's not good. You got a crit against me, but I just immediately swap and kill him. Alright. Let's see if you can cancel this the same way that you used to be able to. Apparently this is not going to cause a likely hit. That's very unfortunate. Okay. We're getting back our health for this unit, so don't have to really care about what's going on there that badly. Okay, I don't want to reduce my accuracy any further. Let's just go for the shot. Okay, that did not remove that effect, unfortunately. Did I turn around with these guys somehow? I think I might have, actually. Okay. The crits from Fortunate are pretty unfortunate for me. I should be able to double heal these guys. That's a lot of damage from crits. If these guys get 2 crits, we're pretty much dead. Oh, dead anyway. Alright. Okay. Those fortune stacks they're getting for free are just brutal. Our lack of damage is not really something I'm super fan of either. Oh, I don't get overwhelming attacks to spiders anyway. Okay, well. Just gonna move over here for overwhelming tactics. And flank shot. There, that gets us our own... That gets us a retaliatory crit, which is nice. This should be running out. Like, it's 3 turn duration. It's not permanent. Ouch. Jeez. Losing a unit to mind control is so ridiculously broken this early in the game. Ouch. Okay. Actually getting to and killing this thing is actually probably, like, key to winning this sort of fight here. Kind of knew this would be a rough fight, but I didn't think it would be quite this rough. Like, unit steal is so ridiculous at this stage. Alright. I probably should have done double heal on this guy, actually. Oh, we got our skeletons backed out. In a bad position, so they immediately get owned, but, you know. Nice, okay. Elusive finally kicking in a little bit. Drat, okay. Okay, I'm gonna head over here. We're gonna hit defense mode. We've also got the overwhelm tactics. We're gonna go ahead and drop a heal. I'm going to use this. Oh, am I out of casting points anyway, so... Alright, this should be okay, though. This should be fine. Because they don't actually get the retaliation strike. Killed my archers, that's unfortunate. Very costly fight, all in all here. I think I could play this better. Yeah, I'm gonna try one more time here. I'm just gonna have to stick everyone, like, really much closer together. Oh god, that mind control though. Like, this early in the game of mind control is actually pretty brutal. It's just kind of unfair, practically. I want to check actually, like, how that works here, but if I'm constantly pushing these guys though, they can be forced into a situation where they can't use this ability. So I probably just have to make sure that I'm not in range of it. It's 6 range, though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it's 2 outside of the range. I think that that's actually, like, farther than my move speed. I think I personally have a harder time being corrupted, so I think I can move up here. Then we'll just move up these guys this way. I just have to, like, find a good way to pressure that back line. Okay, so this is what we were hoping for here. And I can just lay down some bleed stacks on this one to make it so that that dies a little bit faster. Okay, so I have to figure out, like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We could back off with everybody a little bit. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that's reach to here. So we fall back to a new line. Because they're likely to try and actually attack now that we're attacking some of them. Really going after those spiders for some damn reason. They might actually kill them here. That felt a little bit cheap, honestly, but whatever. Okay, so you're the only one that can make it to there, but you have to basically go up to them and stop them from moving or attacking or anything like that. Just swap them a little bit. You can move back here, fire a flank shot against them. Doesn't really matter, I guess, if I hit them twice, because I won't get to hit them twice. Alright, move to here. This is a very annoying fight here in a lot of ways. Ouch. I don't feel like our dodge, like, that evasion has really been paying off at all, because they still seem to hit us all the time. Or get criticals. Okay, we need to do this here. That's perfect. I think we go here. I think we taunt. I think we take the attack of opportunity here. That's fine. Just gotta keep pressuring these units until we've cleared off everything else. How come that didn't... How come I don't get the attack of op here? I feel like that cancels attacks of opportunity, which is super weird. Like, why would they do it that way? Alright, they're getting some misses here. Feeling like I go after these guys again. Okay, how come I can't? I might actually be best off just defending until these skeletons can get here to help. That's not actually going to kill them. That would also leave this unit free to act, but I think at this point we do this. I wish you could relocate your facing after this, but... yeah, you can't retaliate attack against them. Unless these guys have some slippery trait or something like that. Yep, there we go. I'm not getting retaliation attacks, like, it's super weird. Like, why can I not retaliate? I guess I can't really beat this particular fight if I don't have retaliation attacks, but I want to figure out, like, why that's happening. Like, do these guys have an immunity against that, or is it, like, taunt cancels my ability to use that? There's something weird going on as far as that goes. Yeah, I don't think that we're winning this one. I'm going to try moving back here just to, like, turn 6 here and not doing that fight. I don't know what you would do to counteract that, though, given what sort of tools you have. But, yeah, like, I don't really get that at all. Alright, well... let's see if I can figure this out here. Okay. No, this wasn't the one that was ignoring those. It was this one. This unit does not... ah, yeah, it does have something that does that. Okay, okay. Because I was like... there are so many moments where I should be... yeah, this also has that. Okay. Okay, that's why. Okay, so Taunt outright doesn't work against those units. I'm surprised it doesn't force them to use melee, though. God, okay, that's annoying. Wonder what you're supposed to do in those sort of fights, then. It's like, if they just flat out ignore one of the key mechanics of what you do. This is what I was saying, like, I need to take summoning as a way around the weaknesses of this faction. Because, like, everything is sort of slow. And everything's kind of, like, a little bit weak in certain ways there. Okay, I think getting a shrine is probably good here. More more frogs. These ones hate us for some reason. Cool. Okay. Okay, well, if I can't fight them, I guess we'll have to go fight something easier. These guys should be easier. I don't know, man. On the plus side, like, our units are fairly inexpensive, so we are able to get access to them fairly quickly. Might be possible for us to fight just all entwined thralls if there's only entwined thralls if there's only 5 of them. But like, the real tricky thing was actually the nymphs being able to mind controls. Like, that's a huge, huge deal. We attract population in this instance. Kind of feel like we have to go with the Forester here. Just so I can get access to these things here. Let's actually do the Bulwark so I can get access to the Steel Shaper. The Strength from Steel and the Grant Defense, I think, is actually pretty good. Their actual Steel Blast is pretty bad, though. It also gains us access to another unit there. Yeah, I'm not super happy with this. Alright. Whoop. Okay, well, that's the danger zone. Do I take this fight here? We'll try it. Now we know, like, that I can't actually fight these things using any of our actual tools. I kind of have to do this the stupid way. Yeah, like, the difference between not having those nymphs there is a huge difference. Those guys are just OP. Okay. Let's go stand in this territory here. I might actually consider making this a striker. I still feel like Experienced Leader is super, super powerful, but you gain experience points pretty quickly from actually fighting stuff. I'm probably going to try and make this a fighter, or even a caster. No, let's go striker here. I want someone that can sort of deal a lot of damage, mixed in with our other stuff here. Okay, so Steel Fury, that makes us much harder hitting sometimes. Let's say Convent. Okay, probably head to water here, check that out. I think those guys are undergrounders. Okay, I would like to be able to go underwater soon here. Yeah, let them go. Assassin's Dagger. Oh, that's a side item. Okay, so this is a great thing if you can manage to get around the flank of an enemy hero, just deal a single hit that deals a lot of damage. I can understand that. I can appreciate that. Let's grab the library. Our arcane is pretty slow here. But yeah, we can finally get the Steel Shapers. The Steel Blast itself is pretty bad. It's actually, like, it says it's magic. It's still hitting them with physical damage, but you get access to the defense mode warding. +3 status resistance is pretty nice, all in all, but being able to cast Grant Defense, I think, is powerful. I think that Strength from Steel is powerful as a sort of healing effect there. So being able to recruit some of those, I think, is going to be good. That's going to be a long recruitment time. Okay, just reduce cost of knowledge. I kind of wish we didn't get a skeleton as our starting unit, like the free unit, basically. It's one of the weaker ones to get. Okay, that'd be these guys over here I'd have to go and kill. That'd be not too bad. Really? Yeah, the skeletons get absolutely demolished by flaming attacks, and we're getting hit by a lot of flaming attacks. So yeah, Industrial I think is going to be a faction I'm going to have to really sort of think about what exactly I want to do with them. There's a lot of weaknesses in my opinion to their roster, but I think there's also a lot of really big strengths to them. And figuring out how that works is going to come down to like figuring out exactly how I can play this all to my advantage here. I think once I get rolling and have access to those like summons though, I think that this is going to be a much more pleasant experience, because we're going to have like those be our real heavy hitters. If they're real heavy hitters, then we'll have access to something that fills in our roster. This is the only faction I feel like has an incomplete roster in a sense, because like they don't have any real true DPS units. Overwhelming tactics versus pack hunters here. All right. Not too sure if I want to walk in here and do a defensive mode or something like that. I think up to here would be good. That way we can do 2 defenders. Alright, going after those skeletons pretty hard. Don't think they can kill them though. Alright, so let's knock some of them out of that. I think you gotta go with like that solid shield wall with these guys and then like crossbows behind. It makes for a good combination because it basically like lets you have shock troops, essentially. Okay, for the skeletons, I want them bolstering chanted. I kind of actually just want to throw them into defensive stance here. We should heal most of the damage from retaliations here. So we can go ahead and defensive stance, and that'll put us in a slightly better position. Dropped a third of their damage off, and they're getting grazes. Okay, perfect. We're gonna be fine. And one of the other nice things is that these guys can actually use this overdraw shot every turn, basically. I'd rather get the 90% accuracy here. Gets the kill, so clearly that's fine. You feel like you're doing so much damage with the crossbows, but then you realize that, like, actually, you're doing less damage with them than you are with, like, any other archer in the game. It's because it shows you that one big number. Okay. Let's go ahead and get that. Get in the water here. I guess the thing is, like, you don't need as strong of a striker type unit if you've got, like, invincible front line. Like, you can sort of chip away more slowly, but, like, it feels like it's still pretty bad because you're working with, like, kind of a less amount of damage. And then the problem as well is, like, your opponent can just fire at your weak units. They don't have to aim at your tanky units. So I guess that's what taunt is for, but that's still not really enough. Okay, Faithful Whispers or Rules of Industry. We're going to take this because we want to get some of those units that are not ours. Add them to our roster, and then have them fight for us. God, I need some mobility to this as well, so badly. Okay, I'm gonna add sprint. Okay, very good. Still only level 3, which is kind of unfortunate after a fairly big battle. Gore Pit, what a name. Oh, I'm gonna lose the scout. That's fine. Could have gone more slowly, more carefully there, and that would have worked, but decided to get reckless. I'm going to start moving towards this thing, even though I might get attacked by that random stack there. That'd be fine. +3 knowledge per adjacent farm. Oh, that's different. Honestly, with what we got, I might actually go to Arcane Institute just because it's boosted. Kind of one turn off of having what I actually want there, but wow, we didn't get attacked. Okay. That's nice. That was nice of them. Dropping an outpost over there, that's fine. We're probably gonna have to kill these guys. That's okay. Yeah, it's a claimed province. I think it counts as distant claimed though, so it's not like I get a lot out of that. Good lord. Okay, one of the things that we have to look out for is the fact that like those crossbows are going to knock us out of our defensive stance, but we kind of already know that. It's, after all, what ours do as well. I think that we're killing the skeletons again. It's just always the skeletons. They're really weak. The thing about skeletons is like they're very buff receptive. There's a lot of special things that work on them. So even though they're really weak, it's not like they're incompetent. Like they've got some stuff. It's just out of the gate they're pretty lackluster. They need some more going for them. Okay, I can knock these guys out of their defensive formation here. So I'm going to. I don't really want to be standing in the fire pit, in all honesty. If we just stand up here and defend, we actually increase our defensive stats. I'm hoping that they come in and stand on the fire instead of me standing on the fire. We'll send these guys out on a flank mission. It's not really that good for us to be going on flank missions, but... Okay, they're taunting us. That's fine. Taunting us. Again, that's fine. Plan is kind of to be hitting them there anyway, so... Okay, Runic Retaliation's going off nicely. Which I didn't remember I had on these guys. I kind of still want to go after these guys. The penalty to hit sort of sucks, but yeah, it looks like that was fine. Okay. Again, defensive stance here just to increase the defense here. I think those guys actually benefit more from me attacking them than I benefit from attacking them, so... Just bolstering chant on these fellas, get them back to full health. I'm definitely going to be out damaging them here. Even with 3 attacks, I did more damage than their 3 attacks. Alright. Still forced to attack here. Alright. That actually killed them. Shouldn't have tempted me. Those guys have the defense against that. This is a functional kill since these guys won't be able to do anything. Should have come in there and flanked, actually. That would have been slightly stronger. Okay, we'll go around this side and then we'll defensive stance. So that'll make these spiders more defensive-y. down to 3 damage on them. That's really quite fine. So we took a total of 7 damage, and at the end of the day, that's okay. Yeah, the early start with these guys I feel is like going to be the rough part of this. Come on, man. Alright. Now these guys I think have web shot, which is a 4 area spell. Which is pretty dangerous, but we should be okay. The web spell is currently, like, actually broken. It does double damage what it's supposed to. So, I do have to watch out for that fact, but I can hang back these guys, I think. Can't remember if these are jumping spiders as well. Looks like they are. These narrow gorges and these missions, man, can they ever suck? Okay. Ouch. Okay. Immobilized for a turn. That seems unfair, honestly. Passed my save there. Alright, let's do this just in case I get killed. Don't want to take enough damage that I instantly die here. How? Why? That one I understand, but, like, the other one, why? Alright. If we do the defensive stance now, we decrease the damage we take from the retaliation strike, so that's why we're doing this here. Okay, that was a good time for a crit. Who's next? Oh. Okay, we lost immobilized. Ouch. Alright, fine. Hmm. Alright, drop their health down by enough that we're probably safe here. Wouldn't mind doing that just as security. It's a bit of a waste of mana, but we got lots. Okay. We're doing okay here. Like, I'm having to manual every single fight, which is not great. But it's working at least. Do much better when I've got like harder hitting units, and do pretty poorly when I've got these like sort of soft hitting but very defensible units. I think I need like just more striker type units. Okay, this might be good for us here, but I'm just gonna actually go straight for fighting too. We'll eventually get to the point where it's actually pretty good. Raiding party all the way from the north. That's a long ways off. Alright. Kind of need the gold here, I feel like. Our income's pretty low, so... Alright. Well, there's the other AI. Halberg. Also adds Faithful, which will make them a bit cheaper, so that's actually really nice. Gotta take out Tuskheim, I think, pretty soon here. Not sit tight on that for too long. Alright, let's try this again. Going with like 2 army stacks. Shouldn't have to take out something like that, but... It's a pretty bad map for treasure so far. I don't think it's because the AI got it all either, because usually they don't check the water that early. Okay, I guess I have to deal with these guys first. I'm just gonna hit end turn here. They'll probably attack me. They'll get that. There's no way I get that. It's not even that important. It's just a map, basically. Okay, so we need another tier 1. Trying to think of what would actually be really good for this particular brand of what we're doing here. We want our guys to basically just be upfront smacking things. But I wouldn't also mind having like access to, for example, this here. I think that Staves of Warding would actually be really good for this. Magical Wards would be good. Phantasm Warrior, I'm not sure if that's any good for us. I don't think we go with that, but... we gotta get up to higher tier units so that we can get that other stuff going here. Okay, going Magical Wards in this case. It'll help out with the fact that like all our damage is, our damage mitigation is against physical. Yeah, they just run straight into us here. They've got some knights there, which are going to actually be very difficult for us to deal with in a lot of ways. They've got a couple bannermen, which are just support units. They got some peasant pikemen, so they'll probably crush us in auto-resolve, yeah. Hate when that happens. Because I do want to sort of like speed up the process here a little bit. Alright, we have to make sure we don't get charged from too far away by these knights here. Okay, so this rock can actually go like right up to here if I want to. And I think I'm going to shift a bit to the right here, so we do want to. Our opponent doesn't have like the deadliest of effects here, so I can kind of get away with not worrying about their supports or anything like that. Overwhelm isn't providing quite enough hitting power. I need to probably rethink that one. Because I do need hitting power, but I'm almost wondering if I double down and go like Overwhelm and Strong. Wondering if I shouldn't just throw Toad out here and have him like soak attacks. Looks like they'll be charging in next turn, so I think I can probably actually just wait. I could try to like shuffle in a little bit so that they're... you know what, actually let's shuffle in so they've got stuff like that to worry about. We'll straighten out our lines a little bit as well. We'll leave these guys on this side so that they sort of have to come around. Go like that. I don't know. This is why I need like some summons here. All these buffs they're getting are gonna make things a little bit difficult. Okay, so this is gonna shatter our defensive stance for this unit. That doesn't really matter. Wait, what? Oh, that's a hero. Okay, this unit's gonna get a little bit shredded up by my guy, but... okay, so we have to be hitting these so that we can cancel the Retribution Strike. I don't actually know that that did. Okay, cancel the retaliation on this guy. Might as well. We'll get hit, but we'll regenerate that health back to a certain extent. Cause some bleeding, that's nice. I don't necessarily want to stand on the poison here. I wish I could actually move that. That would have been slightly better. Yes, this is a turn-based game. Well, that's not ideal. Undid almost all the damage I did. Oh, they really want to kill those spiders. I kind of don't care, though, so that's fine. Ow, what the hell? Jeez. Okay. Really? Man. We're probably going to take more damage from this than they are. Oh no. Okay. That wasn't so bad. Okay. All right. I don't really agree with that. That's just not the standard for like this genre of game. It's pretty much always been turn-based, and it probably pretty much always will be. You could probably try to find some way to do the formula like non-turn-based, but realistically, it's going to be turn-based. That doesn't actually really work very well with this type of game anyway, because like you'd have all the abilities that you're trying to target, and you'd just like be firing arrows at literally nothing. I don't think that would work at all. Like just playing a real-time strategy at that point, I think would be all you would be doing. Good God, I do like 0 damage here. I don't actually agree. There's way too many specific little abilities that every unit has that you'd have to sort of manage for that to really be viable. I don't think that would work with this type of game at all. Group-based tactics games really can't be real time. I don't think that they can be anyway. Like, if you wanted that, you'd play, like, the Total War games, which I really like, but those are very, very different types of games. They announced a new Total War, actually, which is kind of interesting, but it's the Old Kingdoms of Egypt. I'm not actually 100% sure I think that there's the most interesting armies from there. So it'll be interesting to see what that's like. Ouch. Yeah, that's fine. Skeletons finally got killed. I kind of was not expecting them to live very long anyway. I'm not used to the AI just ignoring my zones of control here because they can. Because there's literally no reason for them to respect my zone of control. They just can absolutely afford to run out of it, so it makes sense that they are, but I'm just very not used to that. Can I get enough movement points to get another attack? I can. Okay. Oh, I should have done the character assassination thing. That would have actually been the perfect time to try that out. Sort of ending up spread out here in a way that I don't really like here. Wish I had a movement mobility sort of blocker here. Ouch. This guy's probably going to kill an archer. Oh no. Okay, they finally are respecting that. Okay, let's do this. Wow, that does a lot less damage than I thought it was going to. Still, better than what I was doing otherwise. Okay, how come I can't use this? Oh, in enemy zone of control. They shouldn't have a zone of control. Okay. Gonna have to do this, I think, just to make sure. All these little things here at the bottom are different abilities that you can use. I've mostly been using defense because that's the faction I'm playing. But if you got lots of casters, it becomes pretty much all you're using is those. Ideally, actually, you don't usually just stand here attacking too often, but playing a faction that does not... Oh my god, my damage is so low. I'm playing a faction that does not have any casters, really. I think that's actually one of their bigger weaknesses, is not having casters. And the taunt mechanic is super broken. It's as in it's not working properly. Or maybe it is working properly, but it doesn't do much. Is how I guess I would have to describe it. Okay, I guess I have to go for the taverns and stonemasons and stuff like that. Alright, minus 25. I can afford to go a little bit deeper into the negatives, but not much. Yeah, I'll probably have access to another unit that's got a little bit more things to do in a little bit, but This is a faction that's just more about having solid defense. They do just sort of stand there and thwack people with like sticks and stuff like that. This is kind of how they work. I kind of wish that they had some more to it. I'm gonna check these guys. Like, these are all sort of like passive abilities. That's kind of how these guys work. Wait a minute, do I have that on... Yeah, they don't have that. Okay. Oh, this guy starts off with... What's the cap tier thing? Do they get 3 retaliations at cap? You can, but they're spells. You have to research them first. They're pretty difficult to get in this game. They don't make it easy. Especially like terrain placers, they tried to limit those actually, because those are actually really broken in this genre, traditionally speaking anyway. So they got rid of a bunch of them, and the one that is in the game is actually really, really overpowered. It's one of those sort of situations. Anything that's a terrain blocker in this game is kind of overpowered. Got one frog there that I can deal with. Placing obstacles and summoning units and stuff like that was a much more common thing in Age of Wonders Planetfall. It was super overpowered. Like, they absolutely needed to get rid of a lot of it. So there's a lot less of that in this game. Okay, getting some more knowledge would be really, really good. Oh god, there's another attacker. Okay. Getting just attacked by these random mobs. It's trash mobs too. Okay. Like, you go through these sort of research things, and that gets you access to, like, new unit types and stuff like that. Yeah, this is going to be a big help. I'm going to grab that. Okay, got access to my first hero skill. This could be really good, especially with the Assassinate dagger. I'm thinking Demon Step here. And we'll go with Defense. Now we'll go Sentinel. Yeah, I'm not going down the right tech path for it either. There's a thing that lets you drop a whole bunch of vines that blocks up the enemy. It's pretty widely considered overpowered. I actually like the thing that lets you drop a whole bunch of, what's it called? Animals in front of your opponent. I think I didn't confirm the rally here. Anvil Guard, recruit to Throne City. I think that also buffing my units instead of trying to make myself smashier probably would have been smarter. That's what I usually do, though. I don't want to get too repetitive on that. Oh, it's past 6 o'clock. I need to get going pretty soon. I'm going to finish this fight, and then we'll call it a stream today. I think I'm going to call this one a failure, though, because I don't think I've learned the correct way to play these guys. I need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what exactly these guys need to make it so that they can be successful, or maybe I just need to scale up a bit faster or something like that. It could just be that they go eco and they're kind of crappy during the early game. That's a possibility. I think we can get up to here and be fine, because we got the teleport now. It's going to be teleporting into the middle of the enemy, so... This is the ability that these guys have, but it's super weak. It's taunt. It makes it so that the enemy is forced to attack the unit that taunted. I think it's a super weak ability, the way they've programmed it. I guess if you found a unit that's super, super tough that you would want to hit up with that, it could be good then, but a lot of your roster is designed to be super tough, so it doesn't matter too much if they go after that unit instead of someone else. Okay. Wondering if I should taunt here. Try putting up a bunch of taunts. I don't know. Get overwhelmed tactics. Okay, I kind of want to have the dragon at least in our control zone, but I'm not going to taunt him. How we're going to hit here. This is where things get risky. Can fire pretty effectively from this spot. I'm going to do this. Okay, I'd lose the critical thing, but I can do some extra damage to everybody, basically. And I can use this dagger against the dragon here. There's a single target hit, does more that way. How do you still retaliate? Huh, that's odd. I don't think this does very much damage here. 12 damage, yeah. I need to get more faithful units, basically. Okay. That's basically the turn. Dealing more damage to them than they are to us, but that's because the dragon hasn't stepped in yet. Oh, frozen. That's going to be unpleasant. Okay. Yep. Kind of saw that coming. Alright. So I think this guy negates the main effective overdraw crossbow, but still does 24 damage to him. So that's still good. And I think we can finish him off with magic blasts. Okay. So the question is, who am I going to drop my heals on here? Okay, this unit doesn't have enough damage or hit chance against anything around here. So I think we move up somewhere. I wish I could get into some terrain or something like that. Okay, we can, however, do this. Taunting does nothing here because they'll just move back. They'll get a free move back. They're not slippery, though, so that doesn't matter as much. I don't know. I think maybe I head over to here for now. Okay, does anyone need a heal? Not really. I think we're okay. Okay, I wonder if I can use... Ouch. Okay, elusive finally kicked in a little bit. That's perfect. Kind of okay with getting retaliated on there, but let's do this instead. Heal ourselves. Bolster defense there. Could have done that differently. Could have done that better. Face that direction and defend. Taunt I got to work a little bit better this round. Still honestly think it's kind of a weak ability. It needs to work better on skirmishers and stuff like that, or make it so it's harder for those units to just slip away afterwards. As it is, they kind of just like run out of the taunt and then don't care. I do think Elusive is helping out a little bit with this build, but I probably would swap that out. I need some Halberdiers. Like, they're just a much more offense-orientated unit. The Rune of Retribution makes them stronger. It's just hard to do enough damage with the build that I've got here. Okay. Ooh, okay. I think we go with another research outpost here. This would also make me unfriends with some people, but I think we just have to go for it. Oh no, that's not quite at the border. That'd be fine. Good God, okay. I think we head south and deal with that spawner first. Save warding. Okay, we'll grab that just because it's fast. Once it's cleared out, we can get other more important techs. I just want auto combat to like let me auto combat some of these. That's all I want. Okay. Could get the bathhouse right away. Get up to plus 35 stability, which is pretty much what we need, but I need these other things probably more and more quickly. Go with the stonemason first. So now my defenses increase in terms of like magic when I use that, so good to know. Okay. We can also hit up magic wards. Oh, I forgot about that. I need to deal with that. That's too far away. I'm not going to bother with it. That could be a bit tough. I'm actually going to go after the spiders first. It's going to be easier. Okay, the game officially hates me. I was saying actually I need to go though, so I'm actually going to head out. It is 6:30. I'm late. But yeah, I'll probably figure out what makes these guys tick at some point. I'm almost wondering if you just completely eschew their fragile units and just go completely with their tough units. Because, like, these guys are pretty fragile for an archer unit. Like, they're exactly as fragile as other archer units. I'm wondering if, like, you would pick them and have them be replaced with, like, more tough units and then you attack that way. Because the crossbow damage for this 22... it's not technically, like, any higher than 3 slashes with this thing. Well, I mean, it's only 2 lower, actually, but if I was to have the halberdiers, I think that would be better. The fact that these guys have below average attack damage, though, because they have 8 instead of, like, what most have, which is, like, 12. So, they're pretty weak. Like, I think they need something going for them. Like, they are super durable, but only in one direction. If they're getting hit by magic damage, they get wrecked. Yeah, I'll probably figure out something for these guys. It's just, I'm not too sure exactly what it is you're supposed to be doing with them yet. I'll figure it out, though. But in any event, yeah, hope you found this one enjoyable, and I will see